Here we go, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. How we doing? Hope we're all good. Yeah. And we're live at the 48 Fighter Wing. Welcome to the show, Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you live military aviation around the country. You know how it is. And today we finish the week here at the 48 Fighter Wing. It is Memorial Day tomorrow, a holiday, a US Memorial Day. And a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to the show. And it sounds like we've got trouble taxiing very shortly.
You like it burnt? 30 seconds time. What? 30 seconds? I'm being silly. Well, every time I come down, the doors come down here and gone off. It all depends on the wind, doesn't it? Yeah, but it doesn't do what they're doing. They know you're right. So
Won't be long till we get to our F-35s taxiing out very shortly. Welcome, ladies, gents and teddy bears, to the Ted Coningsby channel. We are live here at the 48 Fighter Wing. There's our F-35As taxiing now. The 48 Fighter Wing is the only wing with a name of the US Air Force. That's correct. The United States Air Force in Europe base, RAF Lakenheath. The 48 Fighter Wing also has a name with it, the only one, and the name is the Statue of Liberty Wing. And that's all because in 1952 the wing, that's when it became a wing, because before then, during World War II, they were actually just a they were a fighter group. They weren't a wing at the time. They got wing status on the 10th of July 1952, but their lineage dates all the way back to 1941, when they were activated as the 48th Bomb Group Light. They got wing status in 1952, but where they got their wing status in France, at Chaumont Air Base, they were near the region of where Bartholdi's workshop was, which he was the man who created, designed and built the Statue of Liberty wing. So it seemed fitting to give them the nickname the Statue of Liberty Wing. So that is actually what's on their badge today, the Statue de la Liberté. There was a ceremony in France with the mayor, very important people as well there, Jean Maison, and others that were there to witness the naming, shall we say, like a naming ceremony for the 48th. They even sold a vintage classic car. They raised £1,700 to make a 3-metre replica of the Statue of Liberty, which is still there today. However, there is another one here that they brought with them as well. Why not? Because if you can, you can. So welcome to the 48th Fighter Wing. The flying component is the 48th Operations Group, so a big shout out to them. And with the 48th Operations Group, we have 4 combat-ready fighter squadrons. They are the 492nd Fighter Squadron, locally known as the Bowlers. Their official nickname are the Mad Hatters. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. Next up, we got the 493rd Fighter Squadron. The last 2 become and convert to the F-35A here at the 48th Fighter Wing. The Grim Reapers have a strong legacy and lots of aerial combat victories during World War II. They've flown the most variety of aircraft in their history, around about 18 or 20 different types, and they fly the F-35A, which we have here. Next up, we've got the 494th Fighter Squadron. The Panthers bleed red. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. And last but not least, we've got the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries, who became inactive in 1991, with their last nickname being the Thundervarks. They were flying the F-111 Aardvark, hence the nickname Thundervarks. They disbanded or became inactive in 1991, but they came back 30 years later, 15th of December, to make Lakenheath the very first F-35A wing of USAFE. Now, USAFE here at Lakenheath, the 48th Fighter Wing, are part of the 3rd Air Force. Headquarters are out at Ramstein Air Base. The 3rd Air Force predates sort of World War II. This Air Force has been over 80 years legacy. They have with them the Mildenhall's 100th air refueling wing as well with that. They are an old wing Air Force. Headquarters, like I said, at Ramstein Air Base. And they also, again, look after the 48 Fighter Wing as well. We've got, I'm just trying to think off the top, we've got the Heavy Airlift Wing, SAC, in Papa Air Base in Hungary with their 317s. I believe the 501st Combat Support Wing as well. They have 10 units in total. So we've got the 31st Fighter Wing at Aviano with the F-16s as well, the 406th Air Expeditionary Wing, we said the 48th Fighter Wing here, the 435th Air Ground Operations Wing, the 86th Airlift Wing, 39th Air Base Wing, the 100th Air Refueling Wing at Mildenhall, the 52nd Fighter Wing, the 501st Combat Support Wing, which are at Mildenhall, and as mentioned in Hungary, the Heavy Airlift Wing with their 3 C-17s.
I know he got some paperwork that day and told me his meat bag. I looked at the numbers and they come back years ago. Good know, sometimes different pilots.
Aspen, good morning to you. How you doing? Watching from West Coast. What's going on? Hope you're good, man. Angela Farley, Paul Mayers, Davey, very good morning, good afternoon. James S, Alan Burden, Alan Gates, Paul Mayers. Margot, how you doing? Hope you're good. Very good morning to everyone, and of course good afternoon, good evening and good day wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome. So we've got F-35As. These are the A variant, the 43,000 pounds of thrust blasting, 9G pulling. low RCS visible. 1.6 Mach speed in F-35A. This is the CTOL variant. There are three main variants, as we've mentioned in our previous shows, or for those that know, this is the A variant, sort of the leanest, meanest of the three. And it's classed as a CTOL aircraft, conventional takeoff and landing. So just like your F-15 or Typhoon or F-16, there is of course the B variant, but the A variant, looking good there. Does have an arrestor hook, doesn't have an air brake, as we see on most aircraft. The air-to-air refueling is with boomstick on these. Got a maximum payload of 18,000 pounds, combat radius of 680, empty weight 29,000, and the engine powering the huge turbofan is the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100. Alright, there is a little bit of a difference because our next variant, the F-35B, the one that can hover without any bother, is here in the UK. We have a base, RAF Marham, in Norfolk. They operate the F-35B with the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force.
RAF Lakenheath, waiting to see what's happening.
It's got a weapons payload of 15,000 pounds. It is heavier, but it is classed as a STOVL aircraft, short takeoff and vertical landing. So it can hover, vertically land. Now, lots of people do ask me, I do get asked this question, there's no problem in asking it, always ask and I'll give you the answer. The F-35B, can it vertically take off? The answer is yes, but it puts a lot of strain because there's a lot of weight. It's the heavier of the three, or at least it's heavy. They've had to do a bit of weight reduction. Actually, to be fair to that comment, I would say its thrust to weight ratio is quite substantial, so they've had to do a bit of weight reduction because the engine powering the 40,000 pound of thrust is the PW, well, it's the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW600. It's almost twice the size of the standard PW100 because it has Rolls-Royce lift system attached to it with the shaft. And it's also got the lift fan system by Rolls-Royce, which is like an inverted, you could call it a helicopter in some ways, but it's a 50-inch diameter hollow blade rotating system. It's like an inverted, or shall we say, it's like a vertically aligned engine. And it, of course, has got the free BSM. So because of that, attached to the F-135, it makes it huge and heavier. So the payload for that is 15,000 pounds, a bit less. It doesn't have as much combat radius. I would imagine it's probably got less tanks or less fuel capacity with that. But because of the weight, it can take off vertically if it had to, but fully loaded, fully fueled, it will probably struggle to do it, or it can, but it will just use so much fuel, probably stress the aircraft. So what it can do is called a short takeoff. It can actually take off very, very quickly with a short takeoff. The free BSM, the free bearing swivel module, it's basically thrust vectoring but done beautifully. It swivels in 3 sections. It's angled at 45 degrees, so it can do a short takeoff, which is very impressive. They can use almost like the reverse of that when coming into land, called a ship-borne rolling vertical land. So it's basically almost it's like a slow motion land. It's very clever. So if it comes back hot with lots of ammo and ordnance, very heavy, it can use the rolling landing to assist with that as well. A bit like using a parachute, although the F-35s don't have one standard, but you can add a modification to it, like the Norwegian variant. So 40,000 pounds of thrust on the with afterburner on the PW600 version. Of course, we've got the massive, huge F-35C variant. It's so big, the wing area is massive, and don't forget, because the C variant is a CV variant or a carrier variant, this has been uprated, so it's got a strengthened airframe. because of the carrier. The arrestor hook on it is not like your standard arrestor hook. You use the standard arrestor hook on it, it'll probably snap or break the aircraft or damage it in some form or other. It's huge, it's longer, it's 51 foot 5 inches compared to 51 foot 4 inches. But it's the wing area that's massive. It's got an extra 4 foot either side. That's 8 foot. That's 1.3 meters or so either side. It's so big. It's the only variant that's got wing flaps because it's so big. Of course, if you do the maths with the wing area, it's huge, giving it better lift. It needs to because it's a carrier variant as well. It does refuel drogue and probe just like the F-35B. Combat radius 690, just a little bit more than the A. Certainly more substantial than the B variant, and the front nose gear is a twin axle, shall I say. It's got an uprated suspension with 2 wheels at the front, and the uprated landing front nose gear has been strengthened so it can have all the stresses and that torque that's been pulled by the catapult mechanism on the ship or carrier. That's you. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, sheds and teddy bears. Let's get this stream going. And a very warm welcome to all our viewers. Welcome to the show. Don't forget to hit the like button and of course support the channel by subscribing. Here's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Ted, how you doing, mate? You good? Finish your sandwich now, yeah? What was it you had? Oh, bagels, sorry. Salmon bagels. All right, I didn't know they sold them at Dave's Burger Van. Is that a special, is it? This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. He's no stranger to Lakenheath. He's flown here 3 times. He's flown in the F-15E Strike Eagle, tail number 134. He's also flown, that was with the 492nd. So a big shout out to everyone watching in the Bowler Bar on the 492nd. How you all doing? Guns up. And Ted's flown twice with the Valkyries in the F-35A. So he's got certificates for each flight. Ted's been supersonic. He's been involved in aerial combat. He took part in Red Air. Red Air is a training that they do here, specifically called Red Air, where a blue team is up against the red team being the bad guys, and the blue team are expected to win. Ted was in the red team. Nice one, Ted. And Ted went supersonic. Hope you had a good time, Ted. So big shout out to all our US viewers as well. How you doing? Big shout out to all of you. What up? Oh, off he goes. Ted's F-35 tails are 5600 and 5604. One of the flights was on Halloween, so spooky.
You live local?
No, we live in the Midlands.
Oh, yeah, holiday.
Yeah, we've gone on holiday, so we've got to come out and have a look.
I see you in the elevator.
No. I've never been to Tiffany.
Around the Birmingham area now?
Yeah, so Worcestershire.
Oh, Worcester, yeah. I've done my training up at Crossing.
Let's have a look what else we got on the other side. So runway 05 in use.
Because that was like the only indoor track they had.
Let's see what we're going to get today then. It's our last show of the week. We've had to cancel our Saturday show, unfortunately, and that's due to the weather. But we could be back on Bank Holiday Monday, so switch your notification bell button on. That's the plan anyway. That's my plan, to get you a show on Bank Holiday.
Around Norfolk and Ryan and Colchester. Never got hurt, but started showing the public. Watch on the thing, watch on the plane.
Okay.
Ex-American Marine Corps planes over there.
Dave, how you doing at the Burger Van?
I've got friends who live in Bury St Edmunds and Stratford.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. Well, if I prison that is, you know, that would be a base.
Yeah.
Always point out for that.
Dieter Gikeri, Aspen. And a big shout out to Dave at the Burger Van, who's got some fantastic, locally sourced
Yeah, they'll often get the raw ones that
food.
comes on the road.
which is great. You can taste the difference when it's like that. So treat yourself to breakfast, brunch or lunch. We are in the official viewing area.
No, it's not a 7:30 start.
No. That's a bit late. A bit later. We thought it might be 7:30.
Well, we used to do it at 10 o'clock. All the time was the right time. No point till about 11 they start right away.
F-35.
So we've got 4 F-35As. The 5th generation stealth fighter. How's it all going, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And hopefully we're going to get lots of departures today. I've got a feeling it'll be a short day today, by the look of it. I think it will just be just a couple of sorties and that's it. They've closed the taxiways off, ready for a break, and it is Memorial Day tomorrow.
Oh, what's it?
All about it. He said, no, he said, it's felt what it is, so we had my friend there. So we went to another little mile and we cut through that and that's how it was. Jack's in the middle of the road with back and then not there and get so I went in. So that little guy made a man, unfair everything.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Guess it's nice.
I thought it was like you see the old air show at the middle
Yeah.
years ago.
So Memorial Day. It's a federal holiday in the US. It's the last Monday in May, but it is observed, and Friday acts like a revised day as well. So the Memorial Day is actually on the Monday. And it's the nation's federal holiday. And I read, I'll tell you what, there was a post I see on social media, and it was really poignant. I'm not one for memes. There are a couple that get me with various genres, of course, but there was a really strong, impacting, just free statements. It was to do with Armed Forces Day, Veterans Day, and Memorial Day. It was just something. There we go, change for departure. It had, I mean, this is just off the top of my head, it said Armed Forces Day, a day for those that wear the uniform today, and a day for everyone to remember our armed forces that are serving in the uniform. And it had Veterans Day, to remember those that were able to take off their uniform and to remember what they did. And then there was another statement below that. It said Memorial Day, to remember those that didn't get a chance to take off the uniform. It was something along those lines. And do you know what? That was really, it was very well said. And I was like, wow, you know, there are things like that are really just really hits you, and I thought that is very well explained. And as you know, we are a channel that remembers. So here we go. Startup. So we got F-15E Strike Eagle startups. Oh yes. Yep, lots of F-15E Strike Eagle startups. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Oh yes. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to our show of the week. Going to take a 3-day break. I know. I won't know what to do with myself, eh?
Is this a diesel your car, van? Is that a diesel?
My life.
Huh?
My life.
Yeah.
Oh. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So that was the F-35A. All is good. One more thing. We got right. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? So yeah, someone asked a very good question about the about stealth there, and don't forget, stealth doesn't mean invisible. It's all to do with how much you give back as a signature, shall I say. So my voice right now is sending out voice sound waves, okay? Somewhere along the line, that voice traveling, that sound traveling, is probably bouncing off somewhere. It's going to have a distance that it's going to travel. But if you go in a cave, for example, or a canyon, and shout lots of things and talk, you will hear your voice bounce back. And that, my friends, is how radar actually works. All you need to do, the voice that's transmitting right now, just replace that with frequencies. That's how radar works. So it's not a voice, but it's frequency. So I'm the radar, I'm now sending out frequencies with my voice. And the way radar would work is it waits for something to come back. It's like, hi, I'm here. That's kind of like the Rebecca and the Eureka beacons that were set up on a secret mission at D-Day. They relied how much using the Doppler effect, I guess, as well, when things are moving with aircraft. But we'll go into that in just a moment. When you talk, or when the frequency is sent out and transmitted, the radio frequency transmitted, it waits for something to come back. That is what makes an aircraft bounce back. Now, what else does radar pick up? Well, let's get our Typhoon here. There's our Typhoon. So it's going along. So back here, heat. Radars love heat. Lots of flat surfaces, lots of metal, and it really likes, radars love intakes that are on the bottom there. They don't really like intakes on the sides. However, there is a little clever way to get rid of the heat signature here as well, and which we'll explain. But added blue tack does also help with stealth, and also the type of material. Well, our Typhoon, luckily here, is made of a carbon composite. 82% of it is, so it doesn't have much metal. Okay, so someone asked a question about the external missile rails. Yes, now like I said, even the F-35B or A or C or any stealth aircraft, it is not invisible. They do have a radar cross-section, RCS. You're going to get familiar with that, RCS, radar cross-section. That is what it's all about. So my voice going to the Typhoon, I'm waiting for it to bounce back, all right? Now, that bouncing back will make it ping on a radar. It's like I said, about ATC, all right? ATC, the way aircraft will pop up is using the SSR via the transponder on an aircraft. Transponder, the aircraft are given a squawk code, pilot keys it in. This transmits to the SSR, dotted around the world, or here, for example, back to there, and this pings to the ATC. So, squawk code, SSR, back here, ping, all right? sort of like a triangle effect, okay? That is just a simple method to show you in that respect. So what is stealth and how does it work? Well, let's have a look at our things that radars actually like. All right, let's have a little quick look what radars like. Radars love 90 degrees. This sadly is our F-16, and it loves a 90 degree. So it's sent a little signal. Oh, we've caught the stabilizer. Will it come back to me? Yes, it will. It's 90 degrees. You're in trouble. A lot of people said, well, what about the nose of a Typhoon? Let's have a look. Or a rounded nose. Surely that'll bounce off. It doesn't. If it's hit perfectly, it will go all the way around because it's very, very cylindrical. And if it's caught right at the right angle, the signal will just go all the way around, bounce back to radar. Now, here's the other thing. Heat, we've mentioned. This is our F-16 intake, and you'll notice the splitter, like a boundary layer splitter bridge. The F-35A does have one. In fact, all of the intakes that are on the sides actually have something special. Now, let's have a quick look at our Typhoon again. Sorry, Typhoon, I'm picking on you at the moment. You'll see this splitter bridge. What is the purpose of that? You see, air is fluid. When air hits this airframe, it sticks. Right, let me show you another diagram. Let's see what's going on here. What is actually going on mid-flight? Should we have a quick look? Well, as our Typhoon moves through the air, this is what's going on. That is a quick drawing of my Typhoon. Now, there's something going on down here, the red, right? The drag. What's going on here? Right. As crazy as I am, I'm going to try this. I don't know if this is going to work. Watch. Right, imagine the water is the air. Watch what happens to the water. Will it splash away or will it stick? It sticks. It sticks, look, underneath. And this is really important. I know, say, look at the water, sticks. That is what air is doing on your air intakes. Now, that water sticking underneath is going to create a lot of drag. And I've just got all my paperwork wet, never mind. It's going to create a lot of drag if it didn't have this splitter bridge. What I mean by that is, as it sucks in air, it's sucking in a high and low pressure, two different types of pressure in the air. And what's at the front of an engine? Your compressor blades. And what happens to the compressor blades when you get two different types of air? It will damage it. So the idea is to make a splitter bridge, a boundary layer splitter or diverter, all right? And that stops it. So the drag's going in there to stop it. So you've got constant, the same pressure of air going in. Why have I mentioned that? Because that drag can affect and pick up on a radar. How does the F-35 get away with that? Well, it's got these little bulges just inside, and it's enough to stop the boundary layer causing. Now, I mentioned about the nose. All stealth jets or fighters don't have a rounded nose. Look at that. It's got a ridge, and that ridge follows the line all the way there to stop the radar from going all the way around. Other clever things, when radar, or the voice as we mentioned, when a frequency hits the aircraft, Lockheed Martin have got a beautiful, beautiful RAM radar absorbing material. Now I've got the frequency here at a whopping, what was it? It can absorb 1 megahertz up to 60 gigahertz. So it can absorb it. So first of all, the material and the paint is important. The paint sucking up and absorbing the radar up to 60 gigahertz. Well, the S-400 surface-to-air missile won't be able to lock onto that. So it's not going to be able to pick it up. All these, have you ever noticed the F-35 has all these sort of like slightly different color paintwork? Well, that is actually a special radar absorbing tape. Again, patented by Lockheed Martin. And all these little, have you seen also, look at this. What's going on here? What's with all the, why is it all these serrations, even on the landing gear? You know what? Here's another diagram which I'll explain. Radars love flat surfaces. They don't like things like this. There's our flat surface. As the radar, oh, thank you very much, I'll have you. Here, it's like, oh, where am I? Oh, I don't know where I'm going. So even down to all these little serrations, as I call them, these zigzags, they actually stop the amount of radar going back. Now, like I said, radar cross-section, so stealth aircraft, it doesn't mean they are invisible. They will give back something about this big on the radar. And what's that, a bird? A tennis ball? that's going to mean nothing to enemy radar, so it doesn't get picked up. The electrical optical targeting system. Now, for those gents that are romantic and bought their future wives or girlfriends, boyfriends, whatever you are being romantic about, or your husband or wife or daughter, if you've treated anyone to sapphire, well, guess what? It's very posh, because this electro-optical targeting system is made of sapphire. Again, more radar absorbing gemstone, so it's got a precious stone. Even down to the F-35B, the auxiliary air intake, all these serrations to stop the radar cross section. It's amazing. It's even everything, even down to the cockpit, has got some special electro optical absorbing materials, even down to the back of the nozzle. Again, because it's very hot here from the exhaust gases, even this will really confuse the radars. So it's very, very clever. Now, someone mentioned about the railings there. Yes, you're gonna sort of have a higher radar cross section, but even the weapons bay, when that opens, it's serrated as well to keep a lower radar cross section. So even the railings here, they can still give a bit more of a higher radar cross section. But if you've got missiles here, it means you're probably most likely going to be in defense, and you don't need to be fully stealthy in defense. You want to be seen. This is your area. You want to be seen to be mean. There's a little bit about stealth there, just a few basics that I thought I'd come up with. But I'm glad I showed you the example of the boundary layer at work there. So yeah, when you next treat your partner, think about sapphire. It's a piece of F-35, isn't it? Oh man, there we go. Hope we're all good, ladies and teddy bears. I might just quickly have a quick cup of tea after I've just destroyed the my paperwork. So we've gone a bit long, showing off the boundary layer there. Oh, I hope you like that, Aspen. What up, man?
Actually, I did have a ticket.
There's our F-15E Strike Eagles. Let's see. So the legacy of the F-15 has been, wow, has been going on for a very, very long time. Over 50 years, and it's always fascinating. The first ever F-15A flight was made in July 1972, and the first flight of the family version two-seater F-15B, or formerly known as the F-15A trainer, was made in July 1973. Now, the first Eagle F-15B was delivered in November 1974. In January 1976, the first Eagle destined for a combat squadron was delivered to the Triple Nickel, the 555th. The single-seater F-15C and the two-seater F-15D models, they entered the Air Force inventory in the beginning of in 1979. Now, these new models, which you may have seen if you're into your production package improvement details, was the production Eagle package PEP 2000 improvements. Included a 2,000 pound, 900 kilos of additional internal fuel, provision of carrying external fuel tanks as well to hug the aircraft, and increase the maximum takeoff weight to up to 68,000 pounds. That's 30,600 kilos, which is absolutely amazing. Now, other legendary F-15s, have, if you've ever heard of it, was the F-15 Streak Eagle. Again, a twin-engine, high-performance, record-breaking Eagle. And this is a fantastic aircraft, nicknamed the Streak Eagle. It broke 8 time-to-climb world records between the January the 16th and February the 1st, 1975. It set the last of the 8 records. It reached an altitude of 98,425 feet in just 3 minutes, 27.8 seconds from brake release at takeoff, and coasted to nearly 103,000 feet before descending. It's flown in its it was flown in the sort of like the bare metal, natural metal, and to even reduce weight. Because remember when I've said about the olive drab being omitted to save weight, it really does. Aircraft, even civilian, you've got to imagine how much. It's quite hard to remind yourselves. Paint actually weighs a lot. We see the paint weight, we don't really think of it, but you keep putting coats on the aircraft, it's going to weigh a lot. Even a tin of paint weighs a lot, doesn't it? I know it's got the metal tin, but even just water weighs a lot, right? Amazing. On the 13th of September, another nice story I like to say, in 1985, at 12:42 p.m, it was Major Wilbert Doug Pearson who pushed the famous pickle button in the cockpit of the F-15A, launching a missile high over the Pacific Ocean. Why am I telling you this? Well, he was in a steep vertical climb just below Mach 1. He was at 36,000 feet vertical, and on releasing the pickle button, he actually released a missile to head towards something out of space. It was a Solwind P-78-1 satellite. It was moving at massive speeds of 17,500 miles per hour and almost 300 miles above Pearson's aircraft. Yep, that's right, the F-15, the only aircraft to shoot down a satellite. Amazing. Now the F-15E, which is what we got here, only available in the family version, was delivered in the US Air Force operational units in 1988. Now you may see this quite a lot, the IOC, that's initial operational capability. That's like almost like an audit, almost like a PDA, but not. It's like an initial operational capability on the 30th of September 1989 at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in North Carolina with the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing, the 336 Tactical Fighter Squadron. Hopefully this doesn't take off just yet. Because the reason why I say that is that it would indicate that there's more there now. Yeah, that's good. Loving this. There's more. There's more there now. Thanks a lot, Chris Bloxham. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. Katie Coates. Hello to PJ, who's watching. So far, our youngest viewer today. Michael Woodringe, Joshua Brown, Phil Wheeler, Alex Raven, Gucci Man, Andrew C, Margot, Paul Mayers, Davey, how you doing? Hope you're all good. So we've got 6 F-15E Strike Eagles at the moment, 4 on the left and 2 on the right, and I can hear more F-35As spooling, so that's good. Cloud a little bit low and emotional at the moment, but nevertheless, let's see what we can get. Sarah Rigg, oi oi to you. Mayhem Marshy. Chris Bloxham, how you doing as well? Hope you're good. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath. And for those that are new, yes, this is a United States Air Force in Europe base. It has been a United States Air Force base since 1948. It was originally opened as a Royal Air Force bomber station. The Wellington bomber was here first with number 20 operational training unit. Just a quick one, I might as well show you while it's here, while we're waiting, the very first. I always like to do the firsts. Still on a hunt for other first aircraft, but this is the Wellington bomber. Oh yes, the most produced bomber in the Royal Air Force during World War II. They made over 11,400 of these. £4,500 payload. Various marks had the Bristol Hercules engines, made in 16 different variants, produced wonderfully at a rate of 28 a week. In fact, it set a world record in 43 at the Broughton factory. The world record at the time to assemble a bomber was 48 hours. Well, the men and women at Broughton put one together in just 23 hours 50 minutes and flew it the next day. And number 20 operational training unit were the first to operate on the base, and that was in 1941. Okay, here we go. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Here we go, F-15 Strike Eagle time. There we go, send it. Bless you. Looks good. Still got more F-15s taxiing out, which is awesome. Paul M. Hennings, how you doing? Oi oi to you, good to see you. Fritz. Paul Mayers, thanks for joining us today. And like I said, I can still hear F-35 spooling, so we should have a few more. What else we got? So we've got 2 more to leave the floor and another 4 there, so a minimum of 6 plus the F-35s that we can hear in the distance staring out. So for those wondering about tomorrow's stream, Saturday's stream, it sadly has been postponed. I say postponed because I've moved it to Monday, bank holiday Monday. So that's our next stream on Monday. But again, if the weather's emotional, you should see the schedule on the day. We're going to check it out and see what it's like. Hank Vahul, oi oi to you, hope you're good. Big shout out to everyone at the 48th Fighter Wing, all roles. '48th Medical, Communications, Support Squadrons, OSI, LE, SF, Security Forces, Fighter Generation Squadrons, Fighter Squadrons, Controllers, Lakenheath Fire Department, Medics, Crew, everyone that make up the 48 Fighter Wing, a very good morning to you. Hope you're all well. And like I said, this still owned by the Royal Air Force. It is a Royal Air Force base. There is a Royal Air Force commander here, as well as a US Air Force. So, 2 more, I think. 2 more. Here we go.
Anything else down there?
Yep, 2 F-15s on the right with F-35s coming out at some point because I can hear them.
Yep.
Here we go, 2 more to leave the floor. You can hear them taxiing now, the F-35s. You can hear those nozzles, and sorry, the compressors making that wishy sound. It's beautiful. Oh, more F-15E Strike Eagle startups as well to go with that. there's trouble. There's 1 and 2, 3. Where have they come from? Hang on. There's 1 taking off now. Where did... Okay. Well, I said about stealth, not actually meaning that they're invisible, but I'll take that back on this when taxiing. Here we go. When he rotated, it was a little bit on the wobble there. So, but the gear did retract in the end. All good. Yeah, so you'll notice on takeoff, especially when doing quick climbs as well, unrestricted climbs, that they'll take the afterburner out to allow the gear to retract and then punch that throttle back and sorry, put the afterburner back on. It's just so they don't overspeed it to allow the gear to retract, otherwise you can get them stuck from overspeeding. So, but obviously that one was oh, there's even more. They're just appearing out of everywhere. Look at them. Here's trouble. Now, their thrust to weight ratio is actually quite phenomenal, really, because although they are at 43,000 pounds of thrust, they have an empty weight of 29,000. However, if you fully load it and add 18,000 pounds of payload and then stick some fuel in there, you're gonna end up being way over. So if you were to put, let's say, 10,000 pounds of fuel, you can get a performance style takeoff. Now the good thing about the F-35, it is lighter with a powerful engine, 43,000 pounds. It is a lot quicker than the F-15 on takeoff, but this does depend how much you're loading and packing it. So these are what we call thrust to weight ratio. So the Typhoon, fully loaded and fully fueled with its 2 engines at 20,000 pounds of thrust each with reheat, even fully fueled and loaded, it is a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio, which is phenomenal, which means that it can still accelerate vertically into a climb. Where here, because the thrust to weight ratio isn't as lean as the Typhoon, what they do if they are going to do a performance takeoff or a quick climb, unrestricted climb, what they'll do, they'll do a bit of physics, they'll get speed behind them, they'll get about 380 miles per hour before they can pull up. Yes, they can pull up quite nicely at 380 miles per hour. Nice. Maybe 400. That's how you do it. so I can still hear more F-35s in the background. Yeah. Yeah, this is our warrior walk that we call it. I'm just going to grab a quick cup of tea. Just 1 second. You'll see there'll be one taking off in a sec. Lovely cup of tea. How's it all going? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're well. Our last show of the week. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, the United States Air Force in Europe base. Part of the 3rd Air Force, which the HQ is out at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. They do manage both the United States Air Force in Europe and the United States Air Forces in Africa as well. LEJ approach, how you doing? What up? Mayhem, Marshy as well, Aspen, Margot, Rose, Paul, Mayers. How's it all going? Welcome to the show. Dave, Patch, Hodges, Elliot, Elliot, Bickmore, Jamie, Stirling as well. Welcome to the show. Chris Blossom, how's it going? Spanner crew, how you all doing? Hope you're good. I know, Wigglesway, where's the current bung gone? I know. It's a bit Stevie Bold today. What are we going to do? Leah, thank you very much. Enjoying my Rosie Lee. I am indeed. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all enjoying the show. So we got a few more... Yeah, got a few more departures coming up for you as well. Sadly, the low ceiling, it's pretty emotional really, but can't do anything about that. Don't forget, when summer is here, don't forget to treat yourself to Phoebe hats, you know it is, and other various baseball hats that we got. Hope we're all good and well. And yeah, visit tedconingsby.co.uk. Now, probably a good time. Shall I do it now? Yeah, I get this quite a lot. It is a, you know, it is a... I know we love military aviation. I know we all get a bit excited about all the latest and greatest aircraft that come out, and for good reason. It is all good, because at the end of the day, it's what we enjoy. But don't forget, there are personnel to go with it. All right, there are people's jobs. There's employment. There's personnel. There's ground crew, the pilots, everything else that goes with it. And it's very interesting for us here. We see aircraft, they come, they go. We get upset when aircraft get disbanded, get retired. Thing is, that we're just there to enjoy it. You got to see the big picture, all right? You got to see the fact that there are people that their jobs have gone, or they're going to another role. 54 Squadron and other squadrons that became disbanded from the C130 fleet. All the talks about Red Arrows, what we're going to replace them with. my message to everyone is to just enjoy the aircraft that's here, because at the end of the day, it's a job we're looking at. We're looking at an employment. Yes, it's a very useful one and very important one for everyday life, because ultimately, yes, even the Red Arrows, if you think about it, it's all part of the process to defend UK airspace. Why the Red Arrows to defend UK airspace? You're missing the picture, because the whole point of an air display and an air show is to show off the Air Force, promote the spectacular displays to inspire someone to join the Air Force, someone to go, I can do that, I want to do that. To air shows will have stands on the ground to show off the regiment, the catering, the armourers. We could do that. Oh, I love that, I want to join. It's to create employment. So when you hear an aircraft getting disbanded, think about the squadrons, think about their lives, think about their jobs. And this thing with the F-15 that's been currently going around, do not forget, this hasn't been approved yet. It looks solid, but it hasn't been approved yet. For those wondering why this, why that, you've got to remember what an Air Force does. Let's take the US Air Force. 2 roles, okay? Air superiority, that is their thing. And to protect their people of America, all right? Same with the Royal Air Force. Same role, to protect the nation and to have air dominance and air superiority. As simple as that. Why are you going to have technology that, or engines that are not as adequate as something better? 220, the F-100 220s at Seymour Johnson, it's time for them to go. Every aircraft has an expiry date. We must remember this. So the 229s are the bigger and better engine. What was it, around 22,000 pounds of thrust on a 220, 29,000 pounds of thrust on a 229. So the plan is to start to retire the 220s and replace them with the 229s. It is not unusual when you hear me talk about history, squadrons disband, they become inactive. It is not unusual. As recent as 1991, the 495th were inactive. For how long? 30 years. They could be inactive. We just don't know. But don't forget the work and the people involved in that, okay? We're there to enjoy the aircraft, but the thing is, there's a whole fundamental part of that. The squadrons could move, they could be trained on this, they could be trained on that. But why are we there to, could it be this, could it be that? There's no point, just let it go. Yes, there's facts that is the plan, but it's not been approved. And the 229s, yes, they're going to replace the 220, but that is the plan. It hasn't been approved yet. It could take 1 or 2 years. It could be that the 492nd and the 494th, they could that they could be trained on the F-47. I don't know. But the thing is, that is the point. The don't know, the what ifs. There's no point in going into that, because we're not privy for that information. And and you've got to think of the fundamental aspects of the squadrons. Where are they going to go? So when I talk about history, squadrons become inactive, squadrons change aircraft. How many? I mean, 29 squadron, think how many billions of aircraft they've flown. The 493rd, how many aircraft have they gone through? Yes, we'll miss particular aircraft, but that's the way it is. Technology improves. Otherwise, we'd still be flying Spitfire and Hurricanes. Nothing wrong with the Spitfire and Hurricanes, but up against what we've got. It's all about 2 things: air superiority and protecting your nation. That is it. That is what. And if it takes getting rid of an engine and putting someone else in it, that is what it is. So as plane enthusiasts and plane spotters and aviation enthusiasts, enjoy what we got. Enjoy the show. Here we go. It's time. 43,000 pounds of thrust coming at us. I think we're out of aircraft now. Might have some more coming out actually. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's a nice cup of tea. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good on this very dreary day as the weather is starting to turn. But never a dull moment. And you know what? That was the thing when the Echelons and the US Army Air Force, the mighty 8th and all the other air forces that were making their way to the European theatre. This was the thing. Where would they go? Would they go to the Atlantic? Would they go Pacific? Would they go Africa? Would they go to the Mediterranean? Or would it be good old grey, wet England? And do you know what? For the armourers, it was a bit of a time where it was very challenging. Even armourers today have real challenges with weather. I've heard from drop tanks rolling across on really extremely windy days, because on the battlefield you've got to work with whatever's there, you know, and you got strong winds, even on like exercises, and like drop tanks rolling around everywhere. But the problem is, with good old grey Blighty, there was such a huge issue with ordnance and bombs been wet because of the rain, and the problem was loading. I mean, you had to do it. You had to do it. Rain, sleet, snow. If you needed to, if you were going onto a mission, yes, they did choose the weather carefully. I'm just having a look. There is an F-35 taxiing. When the bombs got wet. And loaded onto a Lancaster, for example, when they got up to altitude, problem with wet and dampness, it freezes, and that was one of the reasons where sometimes the bombs couldn't release. Yes, sometimes electrical faults didn't help either, but they got stuck and frozen. And I had a look on I had a little tour around Just Jane NX611 at East Kirkby, and I had a look inside the fuselage, and you can have a look at the bomb bay, and inside, this is inside the aircraft, and you can actually see into the bomb bay via these two portholes, and they were clever little. That was simple but effective. It was two little windows, shall we say, two little portholes, so you can see if your bombs had been released. From asking a few questions, I think it was a simple case of giving it a little, maybe a hammer or something. Not the, if you needed to release them, you release them, because it was just as dangerous to land with them, on ordnance. But that was one of the challenges with this as well, and even going on raids and missions. But it could work on the other side of things, because on being attacked, it would, either the attack would be put off by the enemy aircraft, or they just couldn't see anything and couldn't hit their target. So it was double-edged sword. It was it was one of those things about the weather. It can help. I've always said about the moon. Actually, for those that remember when I talk about the wilder sour, the wild boar, I had a look more into that yesterday, really briefly. I'm going to watch this tonight. And it was, when I talk about Eberspacher and his men of SKJ 10, and I learnt about that and how we picked off the 4 Lancasters of 97 Squadron. It was very clever. What they would do, the fighters would be at very high altitude, and what they would do, and it had to, and the moon, it was all to do with the moon. The moon would light up the clouds, right? Hang on, I'm trying to, it was very clever. So you've got the flak gunners from below. You've got the Lancaster. I'm just going to choose the Lancaster, for example, because it was from 97 Squadron. And what it was, they were above the cloud. And when the flak gunners were firing, it would illuminate silhouettes. And this is what I was, when I talk about it, I've never actually seen a video on it. I had a look at the wilder sour, which means wild boar. And what they would do, the German night fighters will wait for the silhouette from when the flak explodes. It will cause a silhouette with the sunlight shining below it. It was wow, even down to that. So it was a very clever thing. And I remember telling you about Eberspacher diving down, and they wouldn't be able to see it. They wouldn't be able to see those night fighters. So it was very clever. But I'm going to go into more detail with it tonight. That's what I'm doing tonight, watching about the wilder sour. I like learning about tactics, because then you know whether you're on defense or offense, you know what they were going through and what methods they would use on defense, because how do you defend against that? The moon is great, like I said, it can light up your target, but it could also light you up. There was all sorts of things, like the B-17 with the contrails. They had to make sure about the weather. Contrails would leave visibility, you could see the exhaust. They ended up having dampeners. I've always said about the Handley Page Halifax bombers finding it out too late. It is raining. Finding things out too late, because the exhaust would give out the flames, and German night fighters would look out for the flames. Easy. Anything that lights you up, yes, it's going to be not good. Even German night fighters in 109s would use yellow or green flares as well to try and find them. It was a daring thing. You've got to remember the technology they had. It was a very daring thing to be on the offense at night. You're telling a 109 or a 190 pilot to go out, or an ME 110 to go out at night with not like the technology we have today, all that night vision and radar that we have today. We're talking about using flares to try and see where they are. Can you imagine doing that today? I guess it could work today as a last resort. If your radar packed in, I guess it would work. I can't see why not. But all these little details, all these little tactics help improve technology that we got to today. It is fascinating when you look at it that way. I really find things like that absolutely amazing. Right, we've got more F-35s down there. It's just started to rain now, so I'm going to go and get the cover on. Awesome, man. We got a bit of a wing wave there, didn't we? It was definitely a wing wave. It wasn't any bird avoidance or anything like that. That was cool. Good to see. It was, wasn't it? That was good. Awesome wing wave, wasn't it? Oh, it's got that smell of rain. That, you know, that sort of, I don't know, that, it's hard to explain. It's got that, when things are warm on the ground, it's got that distinctive rain smell. Some people like it. I'm like, okay. But we do need it. I'm not going to complain about it. We do need it, so just find ways to get around it. It's not like I'm new to rain on this channel. Not like it's a new thing, is it?
Are you Ted?
Hi, how you going?
Yeah. Do you know, you do know Nick Ward?
Yes.
Yeah, he's my friend.
Oh,
So-
right, okay, cool.
So and I just thought I'd say
Ah.
hello.
Oh, hi, how you doing? What's your name?
Maxine McMillan, but I'm always posting on TikTok.
Right,
So-
cool. Well, it was good to see you.
And you?
Oh, nice one. Yeah, we know Nick.
Yeah, he does your modelling.
He's all good.
And he's off on holiday.
He is, yeah, he's off on adventures, bless him. Well deserved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I live the other end of the runway.
Oh, do you? All right.
Yeah, so I'm used to all this.
Ah, nice.
We're showing him all the spots now.
Nice one.
Has he been busy?
Me, yeah, just moderate day. Yeah, to be honest, with a day like this, yeah.
Right. Yeah, so
That's
it's
cool.
closed tomorrow.
Yes, it is. Close to tomorrow and Monday.
Yeah. Bit of peace.
Yeah, it's all good. All good. Keep thinking it's Friday today, but it's not.
I
So
know.
usually end the week here, but that's fine. Extra day off for me. All good.
I do follow you on YouTube.
Thank you.
So all my videos are on TikTok.
Okay. Cool. Or do you post aviation?
Only Lakenheath.
Oh, right, just
Just
Lakenheath.
the Jeep jets.
Nice.
And whatever turns up here.
Yeah.
But it's Fanny by Gaslight.
Okay.
If you ever see it. Everyone sort of like knows me on the aviation. Do you reckon they'll take the F-15 A's out?
Sorry?
They're going to take the F-15s out, aren't they, apparently?
That's the plan.
But they are old, aren't they? So
It's no. They're moving them to Seymour Johnson because the
Yeah.
ones at Seymour Johnson have 220 engines.
all right.
So they're going to retire the 220s and replace them with the 229s.
Okay. Too technical for me.
Basically, a newer engine and better engine is going to
Alright.
replace the older ones.
Oh. Do you know how many F-35s are here at the minute? No. Because it was supposed to be 72 at the final count.
No idea.
We can't be far off.
Right, let's get a quick cup of tea. Okay.
Can't believe the weather.
They're not even coming back. So it's even better to come and see them later.
Anyway, take care.
Oh, yeah, see ya.
Yeah, I want to see him. See him a bit. I'll come back and have a chat. Is it 10? Is it 10, isn't it? Yeah. Is he in there? Hello, Mr. Nikos.
Hi.
Hello, mate. Or solo, that's all. Hello, mate.
Hi, how you doing? All right.
Oh, I'm alright. Sorry to be a pain
That's
taking
all right, just
photos
having
and
a
that.
quick cup of tea.
Just wanted to meet you, that's all.
How you doing? All right.
I follow your channel.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
You
we
all
go-
right?
just we're up around the motorhome, like, so we're hoping you'd be here, say hello.
How's it all going then? All right.
Yeah, it's not bad, mate. We're doing them all. We're going around visiting all Coningsby and everything.
All right. You've been here all week.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good. Yeah.
That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah. Can I have a photo with you?
Cool scan. 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah. What's happening today then? Is it going to be much up here or not?
No idea.
No. It's just what happens like
Yeah.
today, is
Just
it?
enjoy it.
Yeah. I think you're cool, mate. I've even got your mum watching me now.
Ah. Nice.
Yeah. She's not even a flame spotter, but she said, "Oh, I like it." She says,
Now that's an accent I recognise.
"Somerset. I come from Cornwall, actually."
Oh right.
Yeah, down St.
Somerset.
I used to live in Yeovil. Yeah, when we. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I got my van from there.
Oh,
GMT.
did ya?
Yeah, GMT.
Oh right. Okay. Cool.
Mate. And one more.
Okay. And let's pop in here. No worries, man.
Cheers for that.
What's your name?
Mark.
Mark. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
Well,
Thanks
enjoy.
for that, and thanks for what you do. You keep it all going, and it's
Yeah,
really good.
yeah. Do my best. Keep it going.
Brilliant, mate.
Yeah. Keep it going. Rain, sleet, or
Love it.
snow.
No,
still
you
going strong.
You really go the extra mile with it.
Oh, I'll
Brilliant.
try my best.
Yeah,
but-
thanks so much. All right.
No, you're all right, man. It's
Yeah,
all good.
yeah. I won't keep
Grab
you.
a
I'll
quick-
let you
that's
talk
all right.
to other people and that.
It's all right. It's all good. I'll have a quick tea break.
All right. If you want a bacon patty later on, I might be doing one, so I'll do you one.
Bless. Thank
All
you.
right. See you later, mate.
You're all right,
Take
mate.
care.
That's a good idea.
Good.
Yeah, I did find you on excuse me, power.
Thanks.
Yes. We walk around.
Don't know. I can't hear any stuff. So I can't hear anything. So I think that'll be it for that today. It's not the best.
That's 25 on there.
It is. Sorry? I don't know. I think it's equivalent to something like 1,000. It's a bit different. Yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay, nice and far in now.
Yeah, it can do. Yeah, I think we've tried it. I think it's equivalent to about 1,000. Yeah, about.
So what are you on, 4/3?
I think it is. Yeah. I don't know because it's like a camcorder, so it's a bit different.
Oh,
I
right,
sometimes
yeah,
have
yeah.
DSLR, but today I've got that.
Yeah.
For the rain, it's water. It's all good.
I see.
Cool. All right. I'm going to make another brew. See you in a bit.
Yep, okay, yeah, cheers.
Right. How's it going, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Hope I can sound alright because just got the cover on for a minute. But I've got a feeling that'll be it for today, unfortunately. We'll just wait for their arrivals. Stuart Skeggs, how you doing? Thank you. Hope we're all good. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears.
Hey, we are now. Oh, what's this? Let's just move that. What's going on here? Get that cover off. Come on then, it's not that bad. Come on, you knew there now. My name's Reggie. Forward, back, kick. I need support here now. Hey, wait, alright now, hold on around here. I'm alright now. What's going on here? Well, just finishing up for the week. Oh, there's it. Oh, yeah. Alright, Barry. How you doing, mate? Yeah. We'll go there now. My name's Reggie. My name's Reggie and all. Part of the RAF regiment. Looking out for things here now. This is perfect weather, isn't it? Oh, it is. Do you remember Operation Windy Bend? Oh, yeah. We're hanging on for dear life. Yep, we hang on for anything, we don't mind. Yep, super hang. I remember that game. Do you remember that game, Hang On? Do you remember that game in the arcades, Hang On that bike? Oh, yeah. Oh, that was good, that. Just keep me hanging on. Arrgh. I'm in a singing mood today. That's because we're the Reggies. Should we go get... What about that Reggie over there? Oi, Reggie. Over here. Oh, Reggie, I don't know there, no. See if Reggie's up for it. Where is he? Ah, he's not coming. No, what we're going to do? I don't know, just forward, back, kick him. All right, forward, back, kick. All right, the three Reggies. Oh, sounds like a pretty good thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's all good there now. Yeah, can we all fit in? It's like a group photo. Yeah, let's have a group. Let me go in the middle. Keep it all, you know, isn't it? What's like just symmetry and all that, you know what I mean? That's it. We can tell we're all Reggies. Let's see if we can get in the screen there now. All right, now. Yeah, there we go there now. That's right, we're the Reggies. Yeah, I paid it. That's right, we are the Reggies, my friends. Down, and we'll keep on fighting to the end with perimeter chaps. We are the Reggies. No time for bruisers. This week, oh, we lost him. Oi, get back up here now. Well, I've taken my bowels. Yep, I've taken me mushkels. Yep, you brought me fame and fortune, innit? Yep, we ain't going to sit on a bed of chicken wings. Nah, no pleasure for Tom Cruise. Consider it a challenge, Reggie. Before the whole bear race I ain't gonna lose, because we are the Reggies. No time for bruisers, my friends. See, we always pick each other up, but rain, sleet or snow. Go on then, mate. Yeah, thank you. That's how we do it round here. Anytime you need a lift. All good round here now. Hey, Reggie, how come you just flew there? We ain't got no wings. Yes, I got 4 plane in it there now. All right, mate.
We actually have an A400 coming in here. I think we might actually have an A400. Unless it's doing a low approach. Might actually have an A400 here. It might be doing a low approach. It's about 5 miles out. Yeah, it's about right. It's about 5 miles out. Should be around sort of 1,500 feet. Yep, it's about right. It's coming here. Just to give you a little guide, every mile out will elevate 300 feet. It's actually 318 according to my Pythagoras theorem, but that gives you an idea. Obviously, if it was so 3 miles out would be 900 feet, just to give you a rough idea. Yep, I'll say it's coming here. Yeah, I can just about see it now. Beautiful. Love that in and out of the clouds. It's getting quite emotional now, the weather. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Something different, eh? That's the second time we've had a random A400. One at Coningsby and one. That's the second time actually at a fighter station as well. So that's becoming a bit of a habit. God, the weather's shocking, man. Didn't really expect this much rain. I know it's not a lot. I know we need it, but didn't expect it to be this much here. But hey, that's the way it is. So the taxiways have been closed, so they will be taxiing past us here. Or are they? Oh, I see. They're going to take a... They'll take a little left and go around the back. Or are they? Actually, I don't know. Because the barrier's closed. Looks like we've got a weather check on one of them. Aircraft have priority over vehicles. Oh, you got enough there, look at this. So we're going to get to see the ground crew here, given the post-flight checks of the F-15s, which are inbound very shortly.
Third of bar over there. Does it Tony take cash? Oh, no, take ours.
So the F-15s are using, and also the F-35s were using the ILS. So the localizer to establish whether they're on the centre line, there it is. This does your lateral. This is the localizer, part of the ILS, instrument landing system. This is for runway 05. It's sending out signals on a lateral basis to assist the pilot to land in poor visibility, to let them know whether they're on the centre line. The actual glide slope antenna for runway 05 is there. So that does the altitude. And it sends on this one a beam from 3 degrees on a glide path, and that's the glide slope itself. So that's when I said the 300 feet as a rough idea whether they're on the right altitude or how many miles out. It goes up to 10 nautical miles, the glide slope antenna. and they won't need to, because obviously the altitude will be governed by that antenna to let the pilot know whether they are too low or too high. And again, the localizer behind me just there for 05 will let them know if they're on the centre line or not. Brilliant, simple but effective. Dates back to probably 1920s. I think they were trying out. I was looking at the beam approach beacon system, which I was having a look at. Dates back around that time period, so it's amazing. I don't know exactly when the ILS actually became officially recognised as an instrument, but the idea of sending a beam down the runway dates back to 1920s. And it worked on the process of a continuous beam, and when the pilot was out, left or right of the centre line, I think it would send a different reading. The time, the beam will be broken, so it will send it out as impulses or intervals to sort of let the pilot know that they're a bit out to the left or right. And then when they've got one continuous signal, like I said, it's something, again, another bit of reading for me to do later over the weekend. That's what I'll be getting up to. The Wildesauer and the BABS system, the beam approach beacon system. We got a little bit of a closer look at the post-flight checks that are done by the ground crew and the crew chief there now. Something a little bit different, I guess, isn't it? Something that we see, but from a different angle, right? Variety, spice of life and all that. I got what you need. Savage now. Got that cold wind and rain. Yuck. Massive respect to the ground crew, all weathers. It's either here or yeah. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, cool.
Good.
keep seedlings for integral typos.
Nice.
Seeing bits and
Yeah.
there's a guy films photographer, Larry Chen.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy from American he's just bought one and keeps it in Japan.
Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, nice. Nice one. Don't forget, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to hit the like button and, of course, subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you live military aviation around the country, whatever the weather. And here we are at RAF Lakenheath on a very grey, dull, emotional day.
Fleet.
See the, I guess that's the crew chief, looking really proud, and so they should be, to see their aircraft up in the skies. They own that aircraft, the ground crew, you know. They just lend it to the pilots. It's the way it always has been since World War II, from what I've read. All credit. And when you hear of Sentry bombers as well, B-17s, Lancasters having achieved Sentry missions, it's phenomenal, you know, at the end of the day. All credit to ground crew, the legacy, the heritage of what they have achieved to be able. You only need to see it at Coningsby as well. We got the beauty of seeing the same aircraft go up more than, you know, once or twice in a day, and that's all credit to the ground crew for getting them up tip top in, you know, in that serviceable condition. It's fantastic the way they can do that. Pilot comes back, get it all ready for the next one, get it ready for a brutal typhoon display. It's phenomenal. Well done.
Ted, the strings of fancy songs that come down to the day.
How's it going? All right? Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, you too. You're all right. Good. Hello.
Do you know there's much more to go?
No, this will be it. I think so. That's just a guess. I think this will be it.
Fair enough. Have a good one, mate. Good meeting you.
Yeah, you too, man.
What's up?
You too. Thank you. The ground crew there now.
What they do though when they do the most of those sort of bases, they put it's basically so you know the top like these things up there, they put some slap, but they put them on the wing. Well, no, that's the new one for what the old one. That's the new one.
Right, quick cup of tea before the rest comes. Right, so it looks like our last F-15s are on their way back. Oh yeah. All good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're well. Just waiting for the last F-15s to come back. Not too far away, about 15 mins. 1-5 mics. And I believe that is all our aircraft back. And I would imagine that's it for the rest of the day.
This.
Yeah, but there isn't.
Where do you go? Let's go to use that.
Good morning.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. You alright?
Can I take a photo?
Of course you
Do you
can.
mind?
No problem at all.
My wife will be ever so pleased.
Okay, no worries. One sec. We'll have Ted in it.
Hey?
We'll have Ted in
Yeah,
there.
get Ted in there, yeah, definitely. I'll take a couple because I'm pretty crap at photos. Hey, Nico.
No worries, thank you.
Cheers.
You're welcome. Thanks everyone for the support today. Got Mr. Pete, high five and a guards march. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby, sorry, Mr. Pete, with 2 months membership, a guards march. That's a good start, wasn't it? Mr. Pete, high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. A guards march to you. Thank you very much. Matt T. Queen, congratulations on your 2 years membership. 2 years old, must have cake. Guards march. Thank you for being a member, tuning in from down under. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, a guards march. And Margot again, thank you very much for another super sticker, another guards march. And Babsar, high five, a guards march. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. I got that right. Mark Moody, great to be back in the saddle properly. Have only seen a few in the last 4 weeks. I've been missing this. Guards march, thank you very much for your super chat. Thank you very much. Abdurrahman, thank you very much for the super sticker, guards march. And a high five to Hanosaurus Rex. Thank you for gifting the Ted Coningsby membership, guards march. Nat Sav, every day's a good day in the TCS family. Thank you very much for the 14-month service that you've been with us. Thank you very much. Sylvia King, guards march. Thank you for the super sticker. Betty Boop as well. Thank you very much for the super sticker. Samuel Barrell, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby squadron. Thank you for joining us. And Stuart Skeggs, nice one. Thanks for the super chat. Oi oi. For a cup of tea and a burger, Nikos. Can't make it today, so you'll have to get it yourself, Nikos. Thank you very much. A guards march. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. I will get one. Wibbs, high five. Thank you for upgrading to the TCS Posh Officers Club. Guards march. And Lilo Doublefly, high five. Paw Pump, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A guards march to you. Thank you. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Thank you very much, guards march. Aspen, thanks for the stream today. Ted and Nikos for some hot tea. Oh yeah, can't wait. I've just poured one now. Tim James, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby squadron, a guards march. And Tim James, another high five and a guards march for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much for that. It means so much. Like I said in previous streams, it really does help support the channel. So thank you, all of you, and you get yourself a very own guards march. And big shout out from our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, who's enjoying the day, aren't you, Ted? It's our last show of the week, Ted. I know. It's all good.
citizen.
Oi, oi. I think you better get in, Ted. It's raining. No one wants a soggy bear. Ted might have a lot of G tolerance, but he's not immune to his fur being dry. So we'll just let's have a quick cup of tea. Oh, hope everyone's all good and enjoying the show. So we've got a few more F-15E Strike Eagles out there, and potentially maybe a couple of F-35 still out there. Oh, it's a nice cup of tea. It's raining. Right. Oh, Lido Doublefly, just seen your super sticker, super chat. Thank you so much for that. Okay, not very far away now, just about to use the ILS runway 05, just coming up now. Donovan Phillips, thank you very much as well. Thank you very much. And welcome to RAF Lakenheath, a very, very wet RAF Lakenheath. And as we wait for the aircraft to arrive, don't forget, operations here started in 1941. The base opened in 1940. We had the Vickers Wellington bomber here first, and was serving as a satellite station to Mildenhall, just like Woodhall Spa was serving under the as a satellite station to RAF Coningsby. And here allowed an opportunity to have training units, but eventually squadrons moved from Mildenhall to here. 199, 149 squadron, who converted to the short Stirling bomber, and eventually the base was chosen, one of 3 to be selected to be a VHB base, a very heavy bomber base, which meant extensions of the runway, because one thing, a very heavy bomber, which was of course the B-29. During the closure there was like a signal school as well between 45 and 47, until it was decided when the B-29s arrived it would be, and serving even today, serving with the US Air Force. We had the 2nd Bombardment Group, and of course we had the 307th Bombardment Group as well here. It was actually the 507th Air Base Completion Squadron that actually was here as in personnel that were here. It wasn't until 1960, the same year as the Beatles formed, that the 48th, who only 8 years before that got to wing status, arrived here with the F-100D Super Sabres. They brought with them just the 3 squadrons, as in 1944, the 495th, on the 1st of April 1944, the 495th fighter bomb squadron, sorry. They became inactive with their bomb group that they were with at the time, their fighter bomb group. So sadly for them, they were inactive for 33 years. And like I've said in the posts on Discord, that it is normal, it happens throughout history. Aircraft, they rotate them, they come in and out, technology improves. Air Force's two main objectives is air superiority and to defend your nation. That is it. That's all, as simple as that. And if it takes improvements in technology to do this, if it takes taking something out of service, replacing engines, tactical moves, squadrons will be becoming active. Like I said, the 495th, 33 years. But during that period though, in between 72, another change of aircraft for the 48 fighter, tactical fighter wing as they were called then. They upgraded to the F4 Phantoms. Oh yeah, but only for a 5-year period, until 1977, when we welcomed the F-111 Aardvark. And with the welcoming of the F-111 Aardvark, another new aircraft in the Air Force's inventory, we welcomed back, after 33 years, the 495th. They took a new nickname called the Thundervarks, hence the F-111 Aardvark. That took them all the way up to 1991, where first of all the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing dropped the tactical title, and the squadrons followed. So they weren't tactical fighter squadrons anymore, they were fighter squadrons. And another change for Lakenheath, the 495th once again became inactive, and we didn't see them for another 30 years. You've got to remember the amount of personnel involved here. We're talking about all roles of that squadron's personnel have, I don't know what they do, I don't know what the pilots do, where they go to other squadrons or train on another aircraft, but you've got to think of how much personnel is in just one squadron. So the on that note, in 1992, again another change, even the name changed to the base as well for the wing itself, becoming just the 48 Fighter Wing. They were then operating with the 492nd and the 494th. The F-15E Strike Eagle arrived. A couple of years later, the F-15C and D models were operating with the 493rd fighter squadron, the Grim Reapers. And like I said, 30 years later, come back the 495th with the latest and greatest, making Lakenheath the very first 5th generation F-35A wing of USAFE. And they brought with them on the 15th of December not only a new welcoming back the squadron that they've been with since 1941. They brought with them the 495th with a new nickname called the Valkyries, along with new call signs, I guess, to suit the Valkyries, and the F-35A. A year after that, we had the 493rd becoming active, transitioning from the F-15 C and D. 2002, they were re-equipped with the F-35A. There's a lot of training involved, you know, a lot of training. Even the 748th from 1992 up until 2021, the maintenance squadrons that was a one unit does all, because there was just Eagles here. Don't forget, they had to think of they had to have retraining, because it was a completely new aircraft, the F-35A. So they created fighter generation squadrons. We now have a fighter generation squadron for each squadron now, rather than one maintenance squadron to assist with all the aircraft of various squadrons. Now it's one squadron allocated to a fighter generation squadron. This includes your crew chief, the armourers, technicians, mechanics, all that kind of thing. Big changes happen all the time. Squadrons come, they go. They become inactive, they come back. Amazing how bad the visibility is at the moment. Look at it. Comes our next set of arrivals. The visibility is about as much as 3 AM with the Reggies in a kebab shop at the moment. Absolutely poor.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
It's a little bit grim, isn't it?
It's emotional.
Hey. Oh, thanks, man.
Thanks to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. I don't think we're going to get any circuits.
Oh, what's this coming?
Oh. Is that... Yes, F-15s. I can't see them doing circuits in this. It was nice to see the A400. You get a good shot of it.
Yeah.
I like the way it was going in and out of the clouds. Yeah, F-15s. Oh, cool. Honestly, thank you all for the support. It's not the best weather today. It really is totally grim. Okay, at the moment they're going to be forbidden to do a circuit because I've got a burger in my mouth now. I'm down to one hand. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh yeah. Man, they've got no ground crew. Where's the ground crew gone? Love it. This was the anniversary aircraft. Well, they kept the air brake, which is nice. More aircraft inbound now. Yeah, so for our history fans out there, there won't be the full history today, unfortunately, but I do believe this is probably going to be it. It's just, I think there's one or two still out there.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Take you back to the home later.
One thing I will add that happened in 1969 here takes me back to one of the Lost Airfield episodes. For those that don't know, check it out. But a man born in 1923, Dallas, Texas, named by the name of Henry William Brown, had his sights on becoming a pilot and joined the US Army Corps, and joining the reserves at just 18 years old, graduating as a flight officer in March 1943. A few months later, in November, Brown was allocated to the 354th Fighter Squadron of the 355th Fighter Group, and he was to become a legend not far away from here at Steeple Morden. Now, while flying, that's right, the famous Steeple Morden strafers. Now, while flying the P-47, he scored his first 4 ground kills before transitioning to the P-51B and D Mustang, which was actually named the Hunter, Texas, with the markings Whiskey Romeo Zulu. All right, WR for his squadron there, the 354th. Now, he was the highest scoring ace of the 355th Fighter Group. Now, 8th of March 1944, Brown was on an escort mission to Berlin and engaged in an aerial combat, destroying 3 Ju-88s and shed a Bf-110. He strafed the airfield at Hosope and was earning records for the 8th Air Force. Now, during a mission, Brown also spotted a formation of Bf-109s, which were directly heading for 2 fellow P-51s. Now, he was low on ammo, but do you know what he did? He decided to try and intercept them anyway to break the formation to help the P-51s. He became the Mighty 8's second most decorated pilot in 1944. He was an absolute legend. And you're probably wondering why I'm mentioning him. Well, let's have a little bit more look, because I'll tell you something, right? It's just bear with me on this one. Yes, bear with me. Let me tell you what he's accredited as well. Brown remained the 355th Fighter Group's top ace and top scorer. His final score was 14.2 destroyed and 3 damaged in the air, and 14.5 destroyed and 10 damaged on the ground. Now, his career didn't finish there. He remained in the Air Force. Brown obtained a degree at University in Omaha in 1960. And he also worked on the program on the F-111 project as well. He later commanded the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing here at Lakenheath, and that was in 1969. So it was nice to have a Lost Airfields connection with Lakenheath. It really blew my mind when I seen that. Something simple, but you know, I really enjoyed the fact that he was on my notes when I was doing my research about the Lost Airfield at Steeple Morden. If you want to look at Lost Airfields, check it out on our playlist. Go to Lost Airfields and you'll be able to see some airfields that once were. Me and Ted bring them back to life. He also, Brown also was a Deputy Director of Operations for the 7th Air Force during the Vietnam War, and he flew combat missions as well during Vietnam, and he retired from the Air Force in 1974. He was awarded the US Air Force Command Pilot Badge, which I've got here. Not his one, of course, but I've got one. Sure this is it. Yes, I have one, and there it is. I'll show you it. This is what Brown was awarded, a US Air Force Command Pilot. Look at that one there. Actually, I've got a load of them here. They get older as they go down, by the way, from the US Army Air Forces. Look at that collection then. Oh yes, sweet, huh? But that one there, that's the Command Pilot Badge, that one there at the top. Those are genuine. I've got lots of genuine memorabilia, artifacts, historical badges. Doctor, how you doing? Watching from Scotland. Mike 2 Delta, Elizabeth LeBon, Sue W, Margot, Alan Burden, Mayhem Marshy, Gucci Man, how's it going? Hope you're good. Donovan Phillips, yeah, check it out, enjoy. Lilo Doublefly as well, thank you. Mark Garwood as well. Steve Rampling, how you doing? Yeah, the size difference is immense, isn't it, between the F-15 and the F-35. Even the stabilizers, look at them. Forgot to mention the angled stabilizers earlier on the for RCS on the F-35. Again, this adds, remember, the 90-degree, the way frequencies bounce from stabilizer to the elevators at the back can cause a bit of a higher RCS. Wow, that's our lot for now. Pretty sure, I'm almost certain that might be it. I'm just going to have a quick cup of tea. I'm just going to tune into the radio, see if the airfield is still open. Then, and then see how we get on. Just having a quick cup of tea and I'll get back on the show. So yeah, I've got still got F-35 still out. Just checked out. That's cool. wait for the last. Just waiting for the last F-35s to arrive, and that should see us for the rest of the week. Hope you've enjoyed this week. It's been a good fun week. Sorry we couldn't get you the mystery stream which I had planned for Wednesday. That has been postponed. I've got no date set for it yet, but look out for it. Unfortunately, the cloud cover here has been absolutely ridiculous. Not been very good, has it? Oh, thank you very much, Davey. And we've got 1,000 likes to go with it. Ending the week nicely. So I've got a nice 3-day break. I will be back on Monday. Look out for that. But it is weather permitted. So we'll see. We'll see about that. We'll see what the weather's going to do, right? Lilo Doublefly, thank you so much. A high five, paw pump and a salute. Thank you very much for that wonderful super chat. Thank you for Nikos Sinclair Bear to enjoy an extra special lunch today. Thank you very much. Guards March. Jenny Taylor, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March as well, high five. And Tim James as well, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And also, high five again to Tim James for becoming a member to the Ted Coningsby channel. Thank you very much for being a member, it really does help. Oh yes. Jojo, how you doing? Some lovely words there from Lilo Doublefly. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. EP65 as well, how you doing? Hope you've all enjoyed the week. Just quickly show you these before our F-35s come. I was going to show you these two wonderful aircraft that were here. So, like I said, amazing to imagine that these two were operating here during the Second World War. The Vickers Wellington and of course the short Stirling bomber. Amazing, isn't it, to even contemplate that. That was during the war until the base closed in 1945 to 47 while it had the runways upgraded. Look at the size difference of the short Stirling. That is immense. That's tail to, let's have a look, tail to tail from there. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. And it of course it had its a few perils, a few design. Oh, my engines are running well on these, aren't they? Listen to them. Oh yeah. Yeah, amazing. The first 4-engine bomber of the Royal Air Force, serving with 149 and 199 squadrons here. And, missions using the Stirling from Lakenheath during the Second World War. Okay, we've got our F-35s just coming in now. I'm amazing just to sort of like travel back in time and just imagine them there. It won't be too long now for our last set of arrivals. Okay, here they come. Using that ILS. Look at that, you could almost draw a line from the glide slope from one F-35 to the other, or any aircraft using that ILS for that matter. Amazing, isn't it? If you had another one behind there, there you go. Wasn't expecting that, but it is absolutely brilliant. ILS accuracy right there. They do calibrate them, by the way, with a special calibrator aircraft, which we've seen a couple of times. The Royal Air Force, I've seen they use that DA2 Diamond, I think it is, like a diamond. It looks quite fancy. It looks like an aggressive prefect, if that makes sense. It's the best way I can describe that one, but it's pretty good. I think I haven't checked the latest ATIS, but patterns and points are closed, which normally indicates no circuits unless a weather check has been approved, which we saw one just about, but I was a bit tied up in the older rain cover there. You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath for our final show of the week, and don't forget to hit the like button and come join us, subscribe. We're on our way to 95k, come on. The little channel, they got just a little bit bigger. Look at this, one in, one out. just about see the bulge just before the intakes to help with boundary layer. Did you see that? Have a look at it again on this one that I mentioned today, which stops the drag and different air pressure hitting the compressor. Look at this. You see it? Can you see them? See on that one there. Look, that little bulge just on the opening on the. You'll see it better when it turns. It's like a little bulge. It's enough to stop the drag. There you go. Look. There you go. See them? And that bulge. And they even did a prototype on the F-16, by the way. The F-16's got a diverter, just like the Typhoon, but they did a prototype, but they didn't go ahead with it. And that's to assist with the boundary layer, which I demonstrated live on the show using a flask and some water of how air sticks and creates drag. I know, my first sort of, that's one of my, yeah, that's the first time I've done that experiment. There's a grey sky there, beautiful. Oh dear. And our last arrivals right now. Here we go. And here we go, our last arrivals. Here we go, this is it. I think this is the last flight. Yeah. C1 F-35. Two F-35s, again using the ILS instrument landing system, and three F-35s. Look at that, look at the line that you can draw. Amazing, isn't it? That is precision landing assisted using the ILS and the localizer, of course, with the ILS, the glide slope antenna and the localizer, which is just to my left. Remember that the localizer is positioned opposite end of the runway for the one in use. So the localizer at the other end will be the localizer for runway 23. The localizer just next to me here is for runway 05, which is what they've been using. You can lock onto it with a frequency. Pilots can tune in to make sure they got the right runway as well, because it's all to do with frequencies. They yes, It is Morse code. There is a beacon that flashes Morse code as well. Although I don't know when it is here. I don't know where the beacon is here for this one. Whether they have one or not is another matter. But each airport, whether civilian or not, they have their own Morse code. And the Morse code will bleep the ICAO code, the ICAO code, whatever, however you pronounce it. But I think it's just ICAO, International Civilian Aviation Organization code. So in Morse code it will be EGUL. No idea how to beep that with the dash and beeps, but there you go. Look at that beautiful sapphire EOT system at the bottom there. Electro-optical targeting system. Oh yes, it is all that. Made from sapphire with I think this is the Moss scale of hardness of 9. One down from diamond. I mean, try sticking that on your engagement ring, right? Let's not forget that wonderful low approach from the A400. That was nice, a little practice diversion. So now you can appreciate on the landing gear. Look at all the, all the serrations. Nothing just straight and rounded. Look, even on the look at the nozzle on the exhaust. Look, again to stop the RCS from being large from the heat. It just distributes it too much for radars to handle. Even down to the hottest point outside the aircraft. The angled stabilizers to stop 90 degrees and that, just nothing straight about it really, is there? This is a good shot. Oh, there was a fourth one. Hello. The slightly different grey you can see there, all those bits on there. It's a special tape, a radar absorbing tape. You can't actually buy it from WH Smith, I'm afraid, but there's some special radar absorbing tape to make it even harder for radar to bring back a good or a larger signal than what it started with. Believe it or not, that is not a grass cutter. That's not a lawnmower there. God, that roof is a bit emotional, isn't it? Look at this. Seat up. Look at that sky, beautiful. But you know what? Mother Nature always wins. And if it needs to rain, to be honest, it has to rain because we can't, Yeah, anyway, I'm going a bit nature here now. And that, yep, that is a wrap. I thank Jonathan Tucker. Has done the dash, beep, dash, dash, beep, 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 dash, beep, dash, beep, beep. Oh man, Chris White, how you doing? Hope you're good. And Mark Moody as well. Aspen, Gucci Man, Roger Payne, Karen Glenn, Christopher Carr, Betty Boop. Hope we're all good. And Lady Sheds of Teddy Bears. That is our week over. What we're gonna do? Now, I'm just gonna have another cup of tea. I'm just gonna double check that ATIS is still running, because if it's still running, it means we're gonna get more movement. But it is Thursday. We've got Memorial Day on Monday, but it's observed for tomorrow as well. So they action a 4-day break: Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and of course Monday being a US holiday, which is Memorial Day. A federal holiday, and it's held on the last Monday in May, and it's it's a chance to a day to mourn, honour its deceased servicemen and women. I believe it was originally called was it called, I think Aspen will know, was it called Decoration Day? But then it was changed when it was issued as Decoration Day. I think we're talking about 1868, I think it was, when they changed it. But it's a chance to honour it's a time to honour the fallen. And like I said, I came across this this meme really quickly. It was so pungent. I mean, we have obviously we have Remembrance Sunday, and as a channel, we never forget. We don't forget. It is something that we do hand in hand on Memorial Day for our US brothers and sisters out there, and it is a time to recollect and to mourn and remember those who fell for our nation and their nation. So it's a day that's really important. And I came across this photo. It had Armed Forces Day, I think it was, and then Veterans Day and Memorial Day. And like I said, the Armed Forces Day is said for to honour those that are wearing the uniform, okay, and then it had Veterans Day, remembering those and honouring those that were able to take the uniform off, and then it had Memorial Day to remember those that didn't get a chance to take the uniform off. It was along those words, and I was like, wow, it was so moving the way it was written. I thought I know it's a meme or a photo, it was generated, but it was spot on. It was really well done. It was just very, very well written. I thought, yep, that whoever wrote that, fair play. That was really good. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, bears, give me 5 minutes, and I'll keep checking ATIS to see if the runway is still. In fact, I can check it now. Let me just check it now. They're live on the show. There now. Let me have a look. No, it's still open, so give me a minute. But the other problem is with checking ATIS like this, and if it's still open, there could be a heavy coming in at, let's say, this isn't for today. This isn't true as in this is going to happen today. But there could be, for example, there could be an aircraft that's coming in at, let's say, 5 o'clock, and the runway will stay open just for that. So we'll see. But I'll give it a few minutes. I'll go and grab a quick cup of tea, and then I'll make the judgment then.
It sounded like little artillery going off about a mile away. That lets one go, instant biohazard.
We ought to get photos.
Yeah, sure, yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to. We had a photo with you before, but when he was.
Oh gosh. Wow. Wow, when was this?
This was about this time last year.
Really? God, you've grown, haven't you, mate? Right, where are we going?
Just do it in front of the van if you
Was
want.
it here, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Just see if one of them can come take a photo.
Yeah, sure.
Careful.
Don't grab my ticket.
No worries.
That's it.
I'll be back in 2 seconds. Go grab.
Yeah, no worries.
Harry, I've just put the phone down on the ground.
I didn't even realise I called him.
Huh?
Didn't realise I called him.
What?
You know.
What are you doing? No, you got to have a picture done first,
Gonna go have a photo.
so we can compare
Give
it
me
to this
one
one
second.
last year.
That's fine.
We like it, even when they're in skies.
How you doing? All right. Yeah,
Right,
cool.
you ready then?
Isn't it?
Ready?
Right, where we're going? Just here.
Yeah, say cheese! Brody! No, you can't. Look above me. Ready? Cheese, 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 cheese. Lovely.
All right,
Lovely.
nice one, no
Thank you.
problem.
Come then. Should we go
Thank
get
you.
Granddad?
Take care. Have a good one.
Thank you.
See ya.
Where's that baby ball?
See, we're going to go punch that.
How we're doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears. The runway is actually still open, so I'm beginning to wonder whether they are going to wait, whether something is coming, or we will have more movements. Who knows? Just have to wait and see. Now, the good thing is, visually, I've got the pappy lights on, and in my experience, when those turn off, even though they are using runway 05, when those go, that's it. You'll see them go, check the ATIS, and that is it. That's the plan that I've got. I'm going to go with for today. That's my little preliminary plan that I've got in my head, what I'm going to do for a minute. But that's the way these things are. You've got to take a bit of potluck, like I've always said. Yeah, so you may have noticed aircraft at the top, EORs, they've been taxiing back that way because the catwalk and taxiways have been shut. That is it. You shall not pass. Literally, you ain't going anywhere. Which is why they've been taxiing this way. There we go. Thanks a lot, Aspen, for your kind words, man. Yeah, that's exactly right. I started out as a military enthusiast, but also a historian. It helps when enthusiastic about the subject you study. Oh, thanks a lot. He's really come a long way in a short time. I did, and you know, it does make me laugh. And this was the core for just having just this sort of idea of having the military channel the way I've got it. Okay, so a little bit of aviation background about myself, even as a kid. So I was born in Weston-super-Mare, home of the Western Air Festival. Oh yeah. So we're talking between the earliest memories, 5 years old, maybe 4 or 5 years old, that I can remember from the air shows. I remember going there when I was a kid. And good old Western Air Festival at the time. We had the Vulcan, Tornadoes, and of course the Red Arrows. But one of the things that stick in my head is the Harrier and the Vulcan as well. But the Vulcan especially over Western, the original Grand Pier. And I'll never forget that, which I described as a kid as a handbrake turn. But yeah, I got better. Anyway, but the problem was when moving to Portland when I was 10. There was the HMS Osprey, was it, in Portland? We had the Sea Harrier there, which I got to enjoy and take lots of photos, which when I got to develop the 125mm film, I was given them for free because they were absolutely awful. It looked ridiculous. I was only 10. I had this funny little camera, one of those ones. I think it was is it 125? I didn't know, just taking photos, you know. And yeah, it was like a blur. And yeah, anyway, the guy that developed it said, yeah, you might need to learn a little bit about photography. So that actually helped. I actually ended up getting a camera. But anyway, long story short, parents move you around, you know, and went to East Sussex, where there was nothing really. There was zero, and I kind of just lost interest. But I did want to become a tornado pilot when I was a kid, and the dreams failed when my eyesight deteriorated really badly, that there was no way or any hope that I could ever become a pilot. So that was that. I know things have changed now, you can have them lasered, etc., but during that time I think it was pretty strict. 2020, I'm pretty sure that was the case. I think it was a lot. I think the same happened to our legendary Christophe Simon, who was told he wouldn't be able to fly, but he's a aerobatics display pilot now. So yeah, that was that kind of killed my dreams, but I still loved the Tornado. It was my favorite. But anyway, that was it for aviation. That was it. It kind of like that knocked it on the head for me until most very, very recent times. And in my imagination, of course, when I was right up to 10, 11 and 12, that gap for the next sort of 30 for about 30 years, you got to remember, I was the only one in my family that was into this. I was the only one that was into it. So no one to take me to places to come and view aircraft. No one to take me to air shows. Being in Western, it was easy for me to go. So the knowledge would be from books, but the thing is, how much can you take in as a kid? So as I got to in my 30s and then as I got to 40s, all that time, those couple of decades, I actually thought that the Red Arrows, for example, just get in a plane and just start flying around. I had no idea, first of all, that you could view. There was viewing areas. I had no idea of that. I thought that the Tornado was still flying for the Royal Air Force. But more importantly, when I look back and see what the Red Arrows do every day, pretty much training week in, week out with free sorties, I thought to myself, well, I wonder if there's other people that think like that. So there's sort of little, there's alarm bell number one. The next one was the fact that I was doing wedding photography and fashion photography. I got to work with a company in California, and they have like sort of surfing, skateboarding, that kind of wear, and some of the backdrops I would find and locate. I mean, let's face it, abandoned buildings do look great for that kind of thing, that kind of skateboarding, graffiti everywhere, derelict buildings. So I got into, I discovered urbexing. Not that I did it as a hobby, but I was interested in the location for a backdrop. Okay, there's also the perils of, the accessibility of these things, but the point is, there were some that were accessible, like even a bridge full of graffiti would be perfect for a backdrop for skateboarding, for example. Anyway, I then found that there was a bomb dump at Coningsby, and I had a look at it. And while there, we didn't do any photos or get access to that. But the point was, when I got there, I had no idea about Coningsby, and there was these triangle planes flying around, right? Didn't even know the term Delta Wing existed. You got to remember that. And I thought that the only triangle plane I could think of was a Mirage. So I actually thought they were Mirage 2000s. And then while I was people were telling me about Typhoons, I had to admit I just didn't know what that was. I knew what a Tornado was. Thought they were still flying. So that was a little warning light number two. And then I thought, okay, so when Ted came along, and for those that know the story of how I found Ted, I started to get interested. I was like, wow, look at this. And then I discovered there was viewing areas for these sorts of things. I was like, isn't that illegal? That kind of thing. Can you take photos of planes? Because I know certainly in some countries you can't. So I was thinking, this is a thing. This is a thing. So anyway, Ted came along, and like I said, I was driving along to the Petwood Hotel, and the lights came on for Coningsby, which I decided to do a little bit of aviation photography a little bit. And I was like, my goodness me, that's quite some skill. Weddings, they don't really move that fast. Planes and aviation, they move pretty fast, so it was a little bit tricky, but I got there. And I took a couple of photos. They're rare. If you ever see any of my photography for aviation, they're rare. So yeah, as the lights started flashing at Coningsby for runway 25, I knew that they were Typhoons then, and I pulled up on the lay-by, and I literally got my phone and I got Ted out the car. And this is before like an established YouTube channel. This was around sort of 2021, and I did a little video of Ted, just of Ted watching the Typhoon. That is on one of the first videos of my YouTube channel. There was Ted at a waterfall. There wasn't really a established YouTube theme that I had, and it was it didn't have an aviation theme. It was Ted at a waterfall, Ted at a, you know, watching a plane, and I thought, yeah, this is quite fun. So I got to know a little bit more about the Coningsby and what goes on, and I discovered that there was a Typhoon display pilot. So I went to Reedham Lane, where I met Colin, and and Colin the legend, and who took a photo of me, one of the first photos of me and Ted. Anyway, and I decided to get Ted and film him watching the Typhoon display. Right, we're talking about a tiny little triangle with Ted's face covering like sort of like 1/3 of the screen, and this Typhoon display. I remember Colin saying, "Are you going to take photos today?" I'm like, "Yeah, I bet I had." I put Ted down, but I did get a 7-minute video. On the last minute of the display, I took the photo, which is on the van. So the moody grey that's from that day, right? And it's quite a special day. It was April, sort of mid to the end of April 2021. I posted that on Facebook, and Sainty messaged me, and I thought it's a wind-up because I knew the name. I got a bit familiar that he is the Typhoon display pilot for 2021, and he messaged me and said, when could Ted get his medical by? And I'm like, what I didn't know, he had plans for Ted to take him up in the very first flight, the maiden flight of Blackjack ZJ914. So Ted was in a performance takeoff, did a few barrel rolls, and the video is on our home page as well as being on the screen. So that for me was almost kind of like almost settled it. And what's hilarious, when I got Ted back, Ted's name is actually written in the official logbook at Coningsby as a pilot officer. So Ted was ranked, and he's under co-pilot in ZJ914. It's the most hilarious thing ever. I couldn't believe it. Like, you know, in military bases they have flight logbooks. His name. Obviously, I couldn't get to see it, but Sainty took a photo of it for me, and it's the first entry in Blackjack. I was just like, and it was quite a special flight because it was Sainty's 1000th flying time, which was great. So this kind of leads me on to, okay, if I'm going to do a military channel, let's see what I don't know. Are there other people that don't know? And you know, and you got to be careful with some social media groups, right? I've been a victim of posting something which I thought was the most amazing thing, right? I came here, and I came here, and I saw my first ever low approach. I just couldn't believe my eyes, so I posted this on Facebook, and I was like, this is the most amazing low approach. Obviously, I didn't know this is quite normal for Lakenheath, and people are like, well, what's different about that? I'm like, well, hang on a minute. If I'm new, that's not a very nice introduction. So I thought, okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. Obviously, you know, that's the social media. So I thought, hang on a minute. I'll tell you what if then, if that's the way it is, what if I have a more welcoming like group, you know, there's going to be other people that have never seen this in their lives that are totally excited. And don't get me wrong, you know, I still get excited. I'm very enthusiastic about a low approach here, even today. And I think it's the best thing in the world, you know. Performance takeoffs never gets boring. Aviation stays with you, and it's something that we all love and enjoy it. And I thought, right, and then I had to get round to Waddington. This is the next thing, right? Because I saw like loads of photos of red arrows, and I'm like, oh, that was yesterday. It's not display season, so I couldn't get in my head that you can actually go and see the red arrows train. I was like, what? So I decided to have a look, and I was thinking, what? This was at Scampton, and I just started the channel pretty much in the thick of it, but sadly Scampton finished. But I did manage to get a couple of live streams, if you remember, on my ladder, trying hopelessly to get over the get some shots over the fence. It was, gosh, we've come a long way, man, I'm telling you, goodness me. But yeah, anyway, so luckily I got some footage of the Reds training in there in Scampton, because yeah, that was quite nice to get that. What else? And yeah, that's that, and I just couldn't get in my head that, wow. And then I was people were telling me an ex Royal Air Force ATC and someone that worked in the radar and stuff like that, and he was telling me, you're pronouncing the runway numbers wrong. I'm like, what do you mean? It's got 25. What does it even mean anyway? And then it got on from there, and I was thinking, you can't call it 25, it's runway 25. And I got to know, and I was like, right, okay. So you know, I literally, in 4 years, everything I tell you, that's all I've learned. Literally in 4 years from history. I can't remember when I started to introduce history, but yeah. But there we go. That's a little bit of extra background and the kind of thinking behind the channel, and it's kind of like, you know, I still get excited today, and I love that, and it will never go away. I think enthusiasm just stays with you. It won't go. And right, let me just check ATIS, because I think it's still open.
Whiskey November, hold short, runway 05 at the approach end.
What? They're still going? Yeah. It's not over. Hold short, runway 05, taxi.
Ah,
Okay, we're staying.
we're on hold.
Well, there we go. Aircraft to taxi. Could this be a Finny flight? We had this before, where they had the runway open just for a Finny flight, I think. Let's have a look. Well, expect the unexpected, but something is taxiing. I can't actually hear any engines, by the way. I didn't even hear a startup. Well, the unexpected aircraft is taxiing.
The new stealth engine,
Yeah.
you can't hear.
How's the platinum? Still a bit dull. Sounds like F-15s. I can hear a little bit of F-15age. The mystery aircraft is taxiing. What could it be? What's that over there? Where did that come from?
Coming down there.
It's an F-15. Oh, unless... Hang on. Unless that's just going back. See in a minute. No. Okay. I must have been there for ages then. And just didn't taxi back. Maybe. Ah.
Has it gone back?
Yeah. It must have been there for a while. I was going to say we didn't see it go across.
No.
We'll keep listening in. Runway is still open. Oh well, we'll hang in there for just a little bit longer. Ted, you alright there, mate? You could high five to Jenny Taylor, Guards March. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And wee Stevie boy as well, Guards March. Thank you for the super sticker. Also Simon Mochorn, thank you for the super sticker as well, Guards March. Lilo Doublefly as well, thank you very much. High five, Paul Pump, and a salute. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. Thank you so much, Guards March. Also, a Guards March to Julian and Ginger Bailey. Ginger, how you doing? How's he doing? And Spock and crew. Tell you, thank you very much. Gucci Man, member for 20 months. Simply the best 20 months, spending it with you all. Thank you very much, Gucci Man. And thanks for your span of flight service as well. Jill Scotter, welcome. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. New Rail Basher as well with 21 months membership. From humble beginnings, amazing things bloom. 21 wonderful months of an awesome educational entertaining channel. Guards March, thank you very much. And New Rail Basher, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. A Guards March to you. Hello. Well, let me have one more cup of tea before we finish up then. And then I'll take a quick cup of tea and just have a little listen out. It's nice that it's dry now. The rain has finally stopped. Simon Hedges, you too. Good to see you there, man. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's it. And that's your lot. That is it. That is our week, Ted. We're done. Well, look, listen, have an absolutely superb extra weekend on me, yeah? Enjoy it. Enjoy your weekend. We are done. So no show tomorrow. Our next show is Monday, all right? But that is weather permitting, all right? So look out for anything scheduled. So hit the notification bell button. For those who haven't done so already, do subscribe to your Ted Coningsby channel and give us a like, a thumbs up, as they say, and a what up. You know how it is. So yeah, ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much for joining us this week. It's been absolutely incredible. It's been amazing, really has. So as I do always, 48 Fighter Wing RAF Lakenheath, salute to all of you, and also our US viewers as well. It's one of those that goes hand in hand with the channel because of what we do. We stream the present but remember the past, and we shall never forget. So Memorial Day is something that's something that we are always thinking about, as well as our own Remembrance Day for those that served, because from 43 to 44, in fact even the officers in 1942 making that journey to another country to serve for the fight for freedom, all those men that died leaving their homes to come here. Every loss is a heartache for a mother, and I often think of when I just go in and see Sally B as well. It really starts to get my mind going emotional. So for those in the US, we shall never forget Memorial Day. And to all of our viewers, thank you very much as well. And I want you to have an excellent weekend and enjoy it. Make it a better weekend than last weekend. Stay in the green. You can tick it over to the blue if you want to as well. So I think that's us done, Teddy. So for the last time, isn't it? I think we're done for the week. So my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So for the last time for the week, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Right, kebab wrap it, Ted. Let's go, mate. Let's go.
Shut down.
Hey, right now, we lost an F-35. You alright there, sir? How you doing? Have you lost an F-35? No? Anyone lost an F-35 there now? No, maybe not. Oh, maybe they'll know. Well, I'll tell you what, looks like one of me hoovers, isn't it? Let's have a little look. Yep, I might use this as a hoover. Right, take care. See you soon. Wish you well.
Right. Right. Mate,
Yeah. Oh, are we? Oh, are they? Yes, mate, yeah. Oh, they're sharp. Oh, did they?
Right, Go 50 at right there.
Still down,